run, and the hottest hitter in baseball excused from the game early. But Michael Taylor stepped up and delivered a ninth-inning grand slam in his first career plate appearance with the bases loaded. Drew Storen secured another series win. On to San Diego. Doug Fister and Tyson Ross get it started from beautiful Petco Park. Unbelievably, we've had some rain in San Diego today. Ball game probably about to be played. They're coming home from around the world to see Bryce Harper. And, sir, I hope we can grant your request. Thank you for your service to our country. Bob FP will be along in a moment. This is an interesting matchup. The Nats have won 5 series in a row, and the Padres in this ballpark have won 12 of their last 15 home series. So what's going to give? The Nats 12 of their last 15 as far as the ball games go. 6.5 runs a game, the batting average over 300. Great with runners in scoring position, home runs, you name it. The Nats are doing it right now, and they might have to come from behind. A rookie might have to hit a grand slam after a guy gets tossed out of the game. You never know how the Nats are going to pull one off next. This has been a fun ride.
Well, it's been a fun ride, and the bench has been the key lately. When you talk about how they've contributed, a lot of talk about how Mike Rizzo, Matt Williams' bench was assembled in spring training. But if you go back to April 28th, this is when it all started. Jose Lobaton with a big night against the Atlanta Braves, a 3-run homer to make it a 10-6 game. And then Dan Uggla, who is getting paid by the Braves in that game, went with a big 3-run blast to make it 13-12. It was the Goon Squad in 2012. These guys don't have a name yet, but they should. Danny Espinosa's been unbelievable. The 2-home-run game on May 8th. The defense he's played at second base has been incredible. And how about Tyler Moore yesterday? The first pinch-hit home run for a bench guy this year. Tyler Moore's first pinch-hit home run. And then Michael Taylor's first at-bat ever as a major leaguer with the bases loaded. Picks up Bryce Harper, picks up the ball club in a big way with the grand slam. So the bench has been great. They've been getting the job done, and Matt Williams has to be pleased.
That was a crazy series in Arizona, high-scoring games. All 3 of them. Don't know if we'll have that here in San Diego, but Doug Fister will get the call against the Padres. Ironically, he's faced them once. It was a complete game. He gave up 1 run and lost when he was with Detroit.
Well, he's going to love pitching here tonight. It's a very damp night, a very cool night here in San Diego. This is a big ballpark, so Doug Fister keeps the ball down. You got to love pitching in Petco Park tonight. It's going to be a pitcher's night.
Yeah, they brought in the fence a few feet, but it'll be Doug Fister on the mound tonight. And wherever the Nats play on the road, he's going to be very good. One of the best road ERAs in all of baseball. Fister has to keep the ball down. Nats, Padres in San Diego.
swinging out of the park, baby. You got this, man.
That's a guy in a Padres jersey. We like it. Rooting for our guy.
I thought that was Rick Shue.
Wow. You got this, baby. The Nats 15-7 against the Padres, their last 22. And 9 out of 13 at Petco going back to 2011. Home runs are coming in bunches, 17 in the last 7. And right now the Nats are third behind the Dodgers and the Reds. Padres, well, they can score runs as well. They're 161 runs. Ties them for third in the league with Arizona. NFP, during the offseason, nobody in baseball changed their faces dramatically, as did San Diego.
Well, they added some thump to their lineup when you talk about Upton, Kemp, Myers, and Norris, James Shields, Craig Kimbrell, the pitching staff. And last April, they had the fewest home runs in baseball with 14. This April, they had 23 home runs. That was the third most in baseball. So we've been told the ball's flying a little bit more here at Petco Park. Probably play big tonight, but there is some thump in the Padres order that wasn't there last year.
And of course, Derek Norris used to be a part of our organization. Doug Fister, opponents hitting $160 against him when runners are in scoring position. That's fourth best of any pitcher in the National League. Hey, remember the trip from Afghanistan? Well, we've got some Nats fans here today, and there's a little payoff here. Bryce Harper going to make a little visit to that guy and his little guy, and what a wonderful moment here in San Diego as Bryce spreads baseball goodwill. Bank for the achiever in you, and by visitannapolis.org. Find the Chesapeake experience at visitannapolis.org. Everybody's going to have jackets, sweatshirts, some sweaters on tonight. Cool. You can see some raindrops here at Petco Park. I don't know how many times you've been here. I bet I've been here 50 times. Have never seen one drop of rain in this town, and we had a whole bunch this afternoon, but they need the rain out here really, really badly.
Yeah, but it's like Armageddon. The traffic is gridlocked. People are late to everything around here. The last time the Padres were rained out was 2006. The last rain delay here at Petco Park was 2011, and I didn't even know they had a tarp or a grounds crew for that matter. That's how nice it is here usually, but a little drizzle as we start this one. I don't think it's going to be delayed. It's just crazy because, like you said, it's usually 75 and sunny every day here in San Diego.
Yeah, and you saw the grounds crew standing by if needed down the left field line. They're checking radar. And it's a veteran umpiring crew with Jerry Davis, the crew chief. So as soon as first pitch is made, it's up to Jerry what happens here. But right now the Padres have the say. And here they come. They're going to take the field with their pitcher, Tyson Ross, who has a record of 1-3 and a 3.98 ERA, but he's been throwing the ball better lately than he did at the start of the season. So in the rain, the Pods take the field in their home whites and their navy blues, and Bryce Harper's on a 7-game hitting streak. look at that, 14 for 26. 7 homers in 7 games, 16 RBIs, and 11 runs scored. By the way, his career batting average against San Diego pitching is .364 over 9 games in his career.
When you look at the arsenal for Tyson Ross, really 2 pitches. He very rarely throws the changeup. Fastball 92, it's a sinking fastball. Slider 86. His 23 walks are second most in baseball. So if you're an Nats hitter tonight, you really got to make him get that sinker in the strike zone. He's actually been throwing more strikes with his slider than his sinker. 8th start of the year for Ross. You see opponents hitting .247 against him. But you have to get him up. His sinker's a turbo sinker. It goes down hard. But he's having trouble keeping that pitch in the zone. Set the defense for the Padres behind Tyson Ross tonight. Upton, Venable, Kemp. Your outfield, Emarista, Spangenberg. The left side, Jerko, Middlebrooks the right side, and Bud Norris behind the plate.
So behind the plate, Tony Randazzo, Pat Hoberg, rookie umpire at first. The crew chief is Jerry Davis, and he's keeping a close eye on things. They must have radar information that this is going to stop soon. And then Phil Cuzzy over at third base. Matt Williams' offense tonight facing a pitcher who has a career ERA of 2.18 in 165 innings at Petco Park. And he's only given up 115 hits in those innings. And this rain's coming down pretty well.
It's just a little cell moving from the southwest to the northeast.
You know,
it's really coming down in Tijuana right now, Bob.
This is the first time I've ever seen your phone tracking weather over the Pacific Ocean. A whole new realm for bootleg weather by FP here. Denard Span steps in, 25 for 79 in 19 games. We'll be about 2 minutes late with first pitch, and it's upstairs at 10:12 Eastern time. Padres at home are 9-7. The Nats on the road are 9-10. By the way, the Mets lost again today. The Cubs swept them 4 in a row, and the deciding run scored on a passed ball. The Mets led in that game 5-1. Nats could be a half game out at the end of the night. And a check swing by Span. Why not take a look at the East right now, because things are tightening up. Miami able to pull out a win against the Dodgers finally last night. Phillies have won their game today. And Denard Span, an impressive on-base percentage of .375 coming into this at bat. He'll duck back from a high-tight fastball.
Bizarre scene in here in San Diego right now. I mean, this just doesn't happen.
I know. This looks like a TV show with special effects. 2-2 pitch. Up and away, ball 3. Interesting about Denard, he has walked more than he has struck out. 8 bases on balls and 6 Ks. He's truly a bona fide leadoff guy at this stage of his career, just doing everything at the top of the order for this ball club. That's going to ring him up. He didn't like the pitch or the call. He thought it was up and in. Tony Randazzo calls him out.
Well, he'll front hit that 2-seam fastball with 2 strikes. You see Bud Norris really giving it a good frame job right there to sell the call. Tough one to pull the trigger on for Span. Good pitch by Tyson Ross to start this game up.
Escobar and then Worth here. I mean, it's coming down. They're going to stop it right now. This game will be stopped 2 minutes after it starts.
Well, that's about the worst thing that could possibly happen, because Doug Fister's hot, Tyson Ross is hot, and now they're going to put the tarp on, and that's just a bad call to start this game at all. But like we said, it never rains here, so they're in uncharted waters, but that's not good.
So they're going to get that tarp out there as quick as they can, and I've never seen a tarp that starts in the outfield. So we'll see how they get this thing rolled out, and then how quickly they can actually cover the dirt part of the infield, because they're closer to the warning track than they are to the infield here with this tarp rolling out.
I would imagine with the Padres grounds crew that tarp practice isn't something that they go over very often.
And the Nats bullpen, in anticipation of the tarp coming their way, they're running to the third base dugout. So this is going to be interesting to see how this thing, shall I say, unfolds. Yeah, in FP, it's always a tough call for the home team. Do you start the game? Do you look at the radar? And the Padres did not err on the side of caution here. And you play 2 minutes of baseball, and your guy throws 6 pitches, and now you're shutting him down for a while.
It's always a tough call for the grounds crew. You know, they're in charge until the game starts. They're in charge of the weather. And I think they have the most pressure on them in situations like this, where do you get the starters hot? Do you get them ready to go? Or do you just delay the start of the game? I think the Nats always do a nice job, John Turnauer and company, of taking that into account. You don't want to blow out a starting pitcher and get them all nice and loose and then stop the game after an out.
All right, this is where it gets interesting, because the tarp is fully unfurled now. They got about 20 guys pulling that thing as hard as they can, and in a relatively short amount of time, considering where they started, they will get the infield covered. A tarp in San Diego. I thought we'd never see it. We'll take a break here. Nats Padres just underway with a span strikeout, and that's the extent of the baseball right now as Tanner Roark tries to stay dry. After the fifth weather delay, one because of bees in the history of San Diego baseball in this ballpark, then we'll hopefully get this thing resumed. So right now, down to Dan. And Dan, Tyson Ross, the last name has some far-reaching implications, not only for the Padres, but for the Nats as well.
It does, Bob. Tyson Ross has done nice things for this Padres organization, but there's a right-handed Ross who's going to do some big things the Nats think in their organization. Joe Ross, Tyson's younger brother, came over to the Nationals this offseason in the trade three-team deal that sent Steven Souza Jr. to Tampa Bay. Joe Ross is off to a great start at Double-A Harrisburg. 21-year-old righty has a 2.54 ERA in 7 starts, ranks 3rd in the Eastern League in strikeouts with 41. And Tyler Moore actually knows Ross pretty well. Ross stayed with Moore and Jeff Coburnis this spring. Moore told me that Joe Ross was incredibly impressed with Joe Ross's maturity and work ethic. He said he couldn't have a better head on his shoulders. He's tearing up the Eastern League. The Nationals love what he could become in their rotation before too long.
Very nice. And that's Dan with our Coons.com sideline report. When you're talking cars, you're talking Coons. Denard Span has struck out. Yunel Escobar is ready to step in front of Worth and Harper. And Bryce, we mentioned this a couple of hours ago, unbelievable during the 7-game hitting streak, hitting over 500, 7 home runs and 16 RBIs. He has also scored 11 runs.
Well, if you missed it the first time, Tyson Ross's arsenal, fastball averages 92. He's got a turbo sinker. He's been having trouble throwing it in the strike zone. A slider at 86, probably his best pitch to throw a strike with. You got to zone him up. 23 walks are second most in baseball, his 8th start of the year. Opponent's hitting 247 against the Padres right-hander.
Well, for an organization that doesn't have many rain delays at all, they've handled the resumption of this pretty well. They said it was going to be 9:10, and it looks like it's going to be 9:10 right on the dot. We have a little delay, something going on out in left center field.
They did an amazing job of keeping the fans entertained throughout the whole rain delay with the scoreboard in left field. I've never seen anything like it. It was one of the funnest rain delays I've ever been a part of.
So after 1 hour and 56 minutes, it's a strike. And you might remember that Tony Randazzo called out Denard Span on a high strike to start the game. Escobar will tap one right back to the pitcher. He's now 1 for 5 career against Tyson Ross, and the next batter will be Jason Worth.
Set the defense again for the Padres. Upton, Venable, Kemp the outfield. Amarista, Spangenberg left side. Jerko, Middlebrooks right side. And Derek Norris behind the plate.
Yeah, former Nats farmhand. And, of course, we remember him from Gio's game in Oakland last year. The guy hit 2 grand slams against the Nationals. Come on.
I called him Bud originally, and that was the longest rain delay I've ever had. Doug Fister's ready to rock and roll. He was ready the first time.
Here's Jason Worth. Hit a ball a mile in Phoenix yesterday. He's 0 for 1 career against Ross with a base on balls. So both of Jason's homers now have come in the last 6 Nats games. Approaching 100 at bats. He's at 95. And that's a good runner at 94. And the count 0-2. Big gap in left center. They play him the other way with the center fielder, Will Venable. Well toward the right center gap.
Carp, you asked me in the open how it affects a pitcher. I would think it's more mental than physical. When you're ready to go, it's your day, you're fired up. Doug Fister ready to take the mound. Tyson Ross had already taken the mound. And then you have to wait as long as they've had to wait. I don't think it's anything physical, more mental.
Worth reaching, strikes out. And Tyson Ross mentally and physically looking pretty good. Now we'll see how Doug Fister takes on the Padres. games last year. They have high hopes for 2015, and they got some high-octane offense going, too. Matt Kemp only 1 homer so far, hitting .264, but we know what this former MVP kind of guy is capable of. Will Venable's been around here forever. They added Justin Upton and Derek Norris, so that's the heart of their batting order right now. They're waiting for Jed Jerko to kind of earn that contract they gave him 2 years ago. And here's Doug Fister, second time around against San Diego.
Yeah, last start he used the fastball 71% of the time. The changeup, highest percentage of the year, 22% of the time, at 78 miles an hour. And you remember he fought through 6 2/3 last start of the ninth against the Braves. Gave up 6 hits, 3 runs, 3 strikeouts, no walks.
Corey Spangenberg, and he will hit one high in the air to right. You're going to have to cream it to get it out of here tonight. Heavy air. Bryce Harper there to grab it.
Let's set the defense tonight for your late night Nats. Here they come. Wirth, Span, Harper the outfield. Desmond, Escobar left side. Espinosa, Zimmerman right side. Wilson, Ramos behind the plate. And Doug Fister's got a little bit of a streak going. He hasn't walked a batter since the first inning of an April 27th start at Atlanta. 17 2/3 innings.
Wow, only Dan Herron slightly ahead of him. This is Will Venable, who's now 32 years of age. He's been a Padre since '09, and the elder statesman on this ball club, and he'll bounce one to the right side. Ryan Zimmerman will just lead Fister to the bag, and Doug's always like that. He's a 5th infielder out there, and he's always on the move. The one thing I might preview on a game like this, FP, after a long rain delay, you often see hitters come out in a very aggressive nature.
And why is that?
It's really late at night.
Well, no, I think you're just anxious. You've been waiting around for a couple hours to play a game that you were ready to play at 7 o'clock. So it's not that you're trying to hurry the game along. It's just like you've been waiting to do something for a long time.
Yeah, here's Matt Kemp.
4 for 37 road trip he's coming off of.
Ouch.
When you talk to the Padres people, they say he's trying to do too much. He's expanding the zone away on sliders.
That ball out over the plate, and he got a good piece of it. Now, can Wirth hold him to a bag? Jason will be up with it, get rid of it in a hurry, and that's important with 2 outs. Just a single for Matt Kemp. Second hit in 4 career at-bats against Doug Fister.
That's really the only pitch that Matt Kemp's been handling lately, the fastball in. He's really struggled with the fastball away. He struggled with the slider away. And Doug Fister tried to sneak that sinker in on him, and he pulled his hands in nice.
And then Justin Upton, the former Brave, the former Diamondback, who's done his share of damage over the years against the Nats. Fister with a strike low in the zone at 86. Upton is 1 for 7 career against Doug with a strikeout and a walk. That pitch was up and out over the plate. 2 mistakes by Fister here with 2 outs. That'll bring in Derek Norris.
Upton hitting .356 at home, just .206 on the road. And he starts the homestand up with a base hit to left. He likes the white unis, and that was right down the middle of the plate, kind of sitting there for Upton. And Doug Fister's got a little work to do here against Derek Norris with 2 outs.
Yeah, who hit 2 of his 10 home runs last year against the Nats in 1 game. A couple of grand slams in Oakland. And he's one of the better hitters in the National League now with a .419 runners in scoring position average.
They were both off Doug Fister, and they were both 3-0 counts, if you remember right.
That was crazy. That was Doug's first start last year after missing the first 5 weeks of the season. So every batter so far has seen 1 pitch and put the second one in play. Norris, 26 years of age. Originally drafted by the Nats in the 4th round in '07. And there it goes. Doug Fister, another pitch up. And with 2 outs, they're going to put 3 on the board. And Derek Norris has driven in 11 runs in 3 at-bats against Doug Fister.
That's some serious ownage. This one, not a 3-0 count. And Derek Norris feeling very comfy against Doug Fister, and a 1-0 count makes this ball game 3-0 in a hurry. An instant 3 runs for the Padres here in the bottom of the first.
Wow. That'll bring in Jed Jerko, and that ball right over the middle of the plate slammed into the mask of Wilson Ramos.
Got him square, right in the jaw. Staggered him too. Did you see that? Well, we saw Kerwin Danley get drilled the other day. Wilson Ramos just got hit the same way.
Even in slow motion, the mask just snapping right up.
He's trying to get his jaw back to normal, but I think it's his head more than anything. I think we might need to see the trainer.
So Doug Fister counting that foul ball right there. 4 consecutive hitters with a ball up right over the heart of the plate. Jerko has a home run. He's on a 3-game hitting streak, 5 for his last 11. They signed him to a 6-year deal through 2019, about a year and a half ago. Then he went out and hit .210. And that was after his rookie season when he hit 23 homers, drove in 63. Becoming the 3rd rookie second baseman in the history of baseball to hit more than 20. Joe Gordon had done it way back when with the Yankees, and Dan Uggla was the other in 06 with the Marlins when he hit 27. Since then, it's been rough for Jed.
Doug Fister's been effective recently with the off speed. Remember his first 2 or 3 starts, he threw more fastballs than usual. He really come into his own with Steve McCatty working on mixing in the curveball more, the changeup more, the slider more to get opponents off that heater.
Down the middle and up the middle. 4 consecutive 2-out hits.
Really hasn't got that sinker out in front yet to let it work. It's kind of been stinging up.
Next up is Will Middlebrooks, who came over from the Red Sox in December for catcher Ryan Hanigan. And he hits one out to center. Here comes Span. Denard will slide while making that catch. Big swing by a guy who's strong, and that's not an easy play coming straight in.
You had a funny sound to it. Didn't fool Denard. Span slided right on the D of San Diego. Nice play.
And Bryce Harper got to meet with one of our great veterans who came home from Afghanistan, had his son at the game, prepared a sign saying he was just back, and was hoping his son could meet Bryce Harper. Bryce found out about it, and boy, did he take care of business.
That's just great.
One of the many things Bryce Harper does to endear himself to baseball fans around the country, and in some cases around the world. Here he is.
But you see how Ross's sinker is going. It's a true sinker. It's not running away from lefties. He'll front hip it with 2 strikes, but it's actually going straight down. There's no run into the right-handed batter's box or into the right-handed hitter. It's because he's such a short strider.
And with the shift on, 3 infielders over there. Easy play for Jed Jerko. 4 straight for Tyson Ross to start the game. And by the way, with all due respect to Doug Fister, we need to correct something. Those grand slams that Derek Norris hit last year were in that same Oakland series, but those were against Gio Gonzalez on the 3-0 pitches, so we apologize for that. That offensive series Oakland put on last year kind of all ran together, and that was a tough weekend. And Derek Norris led the way, and so far so good for him tonight. So he's now 2 for 3 career against Doug Fister. Ryan Zimmerman's on a 7-game hitting streak with 10 base hits. Up in the zone, enough run back action to get the strike.
Tony Randazzo's got a high strike zone tonight.
Yeah, we saw what happened with a high one in Arizona yesterday. Busted bat. Ground ball right at Alexi Amarista, San Diego shortstop, and now 5 in a row to start the game. Inside the numbers with Jeep. Maybe it'll be a 10th comeback win. The Nats behind early. Right there with some of the better teams in baseball. The Padres are an interesting bunch. They win a lot of close games. They're 11-6 in games decided by 2 runs or less, and that's the best in the National League. So they've had to come from behind on a few of those for Bud Black's squad. So he's in his 9th year here. First season was 07 when they won 89 games. They won 90 in 2010. I'll tell you, Tyson Ross has some stuff tonight, and they haven't won that many games since. Padres couldn't hit a lick last year. They've got some offense this year. They had 226 last year, worst in baseball.
Opened up the San Diego sports page this morning with my cup of coffee. There's all kinds of rumors about Troy Tulowitzki maybe being a Padre.
Well, when your shortstop's hitting 190 and Tulowitzki once out of Colorado,
yeah,
those kind of rumors will gain some tread. Well, the Nats nowhere near doing anything against Tyson Ross so far. After the delay, he's been solid.
Trying to keep it right there, and the home run from Derek Norris. The Washington Nationals Fans Choice Flex Packs are on sale now. Choose from some of the season's best matchups. When you pick 4 games, guess what? You get one free, and you get to sit with that guy right there on the screen. Go to nationals.com/flex to click your games today.
That was an 8-pitch inning by Tyson Ross. He's at 20. Doug Fister 18 to get through the first inning. Alexi Amarista, the aforementioned 190 hitting shortstop. He'll go in the air to left, hit it pretty well. Little backup Worth. Jason short of the track for a 1-pitch out. Next up, Tyson Ross.
So, Carp, we're hearing before the game today that new scoreboard is actually blocking the wind out there. And the balls are carrying a lot better. And you see Amarista, little guy right there, going opposite field almost to the warning track.
Yeah, the Arizona guys told us the ball was flying here in San Diego to that side of the yard. And we're like, what? Are you kidding? And then Dick Enberg, who's going to receive the Ford Frick Award this summer, by the way, in Cooperstown. He told us that the weather around here prior to this rain has been so dry, the ball's been carrying well because the marine layer has not been rolling in every night to deaden things. So there's Ross trying to lay down a bunt for a hit. Ramos called off. Doug Fister and his throw hit the runner. Now, was the runner in the baseline? He was not, and he's out. That's a call you only see when the ball actually hits the runner. Buddy Black's going to come out. Tony Randazzo and Pat Holberg, the first base umpire, teaming up on that call.
The whole Padres dugout, including Matt Kemp, on the top step right now with their hands in the air. They're watching the replay on the Jumbotron here, and they're saying he was running right down the baseline. And when you look at the replay, he is. Well, there was a jab step right there. Did you see that jab step when he went in? And I think that's what Tony Randazzo is talking about. Watch this jab step. Well, you can't see it on this one. But he's right in the baseline right there. And watch this jab step right about here. No, one more, let it go. It's his left foot. He jabs in right there. See that jab step? And I think that's where Tony Randazzo is calling him out. But, I mean, 99% of the time he was in the first baseline the whole way. And the Padres dugout cannot believe it.
And I had a thought. When it's your pitcher and you're up by 3 runs and it's a wet track, do you even think about challenging that? Because maybe you don't want your pitcher running the bases on a night like this for the most part.
I don't think you can challenge that, though. That's not challengeable.
Not? Okay. Yeah, but I think you're right. One step on the grass, the other he was on the dirt going down the line. So call it a 2-3 for Ramos on the attempted bunt.
It's a good pitch. Mercedes-Benz on the pitch track. What does it think?
Strike.
It's a good pitch.
And Doug's going to have that call. And this one to right field, off the bat of Spangenberg, and it's another home run for the Padres. His first of the year, and the third of his big league career.
That's a tough one to regroup from for Doug Fister. Thought he had him struck out. Went back to the same spot. Spangenberg was ready. And this one had a little more plate. Not a bad pitch down and in, but right into the turbo zone of Corey Spangenberg. Padres last April, 4th fewest home runs in baseball with 14. This April, 23 home runs, 3rd most in the National League. And we talked about the thump they added to their lineup with Kemp, Upton, and Norris. Will Myers, whose wrist is hurt. These guys can swing it now.
Yeah, last year they had 109 homers all year. Only St. Louis, 105, hit fewer. And now this year they've hit 32 already. I mean, they're on a pace for 150. Will Venable. Bouncing ball to Ryan Zimmerman, first time up. Fister with a walk.
It's his first walk since April 27th.
Doug Fister's given up the most home runs on the staff with 5 now. Scherzer and Strasburg 3 each. Nats have been one of the stingiest home run staffs in baseball, giving up only 18 home runs coming in.
Well, based on Tyson Ross's first 2 innings and the stuff he has, Doug Fister can't allow any more runs. He's got his A game going, the Padres starter so far.
On an 84-mile-an-hour pitch, San Diego now has 6 hits, and Matt Kemp's 2 for 2. And in comes Upton again. He was 0 for 8 before his base hit last inning. It's a swing, says Pat Holberg, rookie umpire at first base.
When you have right around a 2-hour rain delay, if you blink wrong in the batter's box and they appeal it, they're going to say you went. Just the way it is.
So Fister goes in there again. And the breaking ball hit up the middle. Desmond can't get there. Padres score again. 5-0.
Big curveball right there from Doug Fister, and Justin Upton stays on it nice. Didn't try to do too much. Right back up the box. So the Padres, who got in very late last night from Seattle, had the 2-hour rain delay, have come out swinging here in game 1 of the set. What time they get in? Like 3 in the morning from Seattle?
3:30. 3:30 they said. So here's Derek Norris, who has hurt the Nats again. He's hitting almost .430 now with runners in scoring position. And that was a breaking ball hanging in the middle of the plate. Denard Span, and it hits the wall, then hits him. It'll be picked up by Worth. 2 more runs score. It's a triple for Derek Norris, who is absolutely punishing Washington pitching as an Oakland A and now a San Diego Padre.
Well, another off-speed pitch from Doug Fister. This time a curveball hanging out over the middle. And Denard Span got hit hard on the ricochet, but another good swing from the Padres catcher, Derek Norris. So a home run and a triple. 7-0 Padres. Here in the second inning, can we put the tarp back on?
Low and away to Jed Jerko, who bounced a base hit up the middle first time up. Best pitch of the night, maybe right there, 72 diving. And early in the ball game, Blake Trinan now has to get up in the Nats bullpen.
Well, you asked me how the rain delays affect pitchers, and it's different with everybody. If you're a guy that's a slave to the routine and you have everything planned out to the minute on the day you start, it can affect you that way. If you're an easygoing guy, you don't really have a routine, well, you just wait around and go get him. I know that Doug Fister is a routine guy, so maybe that's a reason why, but the sinker ain't sinking yet for Doug, and he's leaving it out over the plate.
And a good breaking ball to get the strikeout. First 2 men of the inning retired, just like the first. And the Padres lead by 7. Base runner. It'll be Desmond Espinosa, Doug Fister scheduled, in the top of the 3rd.
He knows there's a long way to go. He's not giving up. He's seen this team come from behind.
So Derek Norris now 3 3-run homers against the Nats and a 2-run triple. Unbelievable. Tyson Ross, 20 pitches, 15 strikes in 2 innings. Ian Desmond 0 for 4 against him. Nats need to get this guy on the stretch and see if something good might happen. 85 with a front door breaking ball. Desmond gets a fastball and rides it into right field. Ian busting up a 1 for 13 with that base hit.
There goes the no-hitter. Ian Desmond with a little base hit to right and got something up from Tyson Ross. That's where you're looking. Fastballs belt high. If it starts below the belt, it's going to sink out of the zone. So Ian Desmond checking in. And the second greatest comeback ever started with a single to right by Ian Desmond.
Well, this would be just as great as the other one. Oh, no, it's only 7 runs. That was 8, wasn't it?
He's been hanging around me too long. His math is horrible.
Danny Espinosa hacking on a breaking ball down and in. He's hitting .327 over his last 15 games. Espinosa from the left side at .231, 1-3 career against Tyson Ross. Shortstop Amarista way up the middle. That's on the inside edge with a running fastball.
The worst part about being down, excuse me, Carp, 7-0 early is it takes the running game away. It takes a lot of, you have to just go station to station baseball. And the way, as Nats fans have seen before, you get back into this is base runners, get guys on, pop one out of here. You know, we said the ballpark would play big tonight. That was while it was raining, but it seems like it's cleared out. The air's a lot more thin and the ball's carrying.
Espinosa late for 86. Fourth strikeout for Ross, one out here in the third.
Nats Plus membership features incredible benefits, including discounts, exclusive events, and more. For a limited time, new members can also receive an official 10th anniversary Nats jersey while supplies last. Visit nationals.com/Nats Plus. Enjoy the day. Look at that shot.
Is that a drone? Wow.
Maybe.
They've got these really tall towers on either side of the field here. They seemingly are hovering right over the diamond. Doug Fister almost got that pushed pass. Tyson Ross, and he goes 1-3 for the sacrifice.
Just a little more juice on this ball, and it's first and second, one out. Just FYI, that slider that Tyson Ross just threw to strike out Danny Espinosa was one of the best ones I've seen this year.
He's making his 76th career start. Prior to tonight, appearing in 4 games, 1 start against the Nats, with an 0-1 record and a 4.76 ERA. So Denard Span, the one guy who goes almost 2 hours and 40 minutes between at bats.
Probably get a note in his locker for that.
That's a really long time out of the box there.
He didn't have 2 feet in the box.
And a good take to make it 2-0.
How this guy doesn't win more baseball games with the stuff he has is beyond me. I mean, his slider is electric, and his sinker's 94. And he's 1-3 with a 4 ERA. I don't know how. It has to be the walks. 23 walks and 40 2/3.
8th in strikeouts in the National League, coming in with 48. He's already added 4 onto that. Span sounded like a broken bat on a hopper out to Amarista, and the Nats are gone after getting their first base hit. Ian Desmond stranded. It's all Padres on a night when you need some heaters around in the upper reaches here.
Derek Norris in the first inning, right in the turbo zone. He knew what to do with it. 1-0 fastball for Doug Fister, 3-run Johnson. It's 7-0 as we head to the bottom of the third, and lots of stuff going on. Blake Trinan in the ball game, Doug Fister out of the ball game. Matt Williams talking to home plate umpire Tony Randazzo between innings. Tony Randazzo having a conference with umpires out by second base. They went and talked to Bud Black, and we're trying to figure it out and decipher what's going on here.
Oh, for a moment I thought maybe they were telling the umpires that Doug Fister was leaving because of a possible injury and that Blake Trinan would need all the time he needed to get ready, but he threw kind of the usual complement of warm-up pitches, and as we mentioned earlier, had been throwing in the bullpen. So no double switch early in the game for that. Bottom of the third, Will Middlebrooks, the first baseman. And it's only his second career start at first base. He was primarily a third baseman with Boston. Denard Span took a hit away from him on that little flare to center, ending the first inning. So Doug Fister goes 2 innings, 8 hits, 7 runs, a walk, a strikeout, 2 homers, 41 pitches, 25 strikes. And a breaking ball hit out to Ian Desmond. And a nice belt high hop. Fires to Zimmerman for the first out. Next up, the shortstop, Alexi Amarista, and then Tyson Ross. Amarista fly ball to fairly deep left field. Backed up Jason Worth first time up. He was first pitch hacking back then. Came into the season a .234 career average in parts of 4 years with the Angels and the Padres.
This is a good situation for Blake Trinan. He can come in. It's not just a 1-inning thing. It's not a late inning pressure situation. He can go out there, be free and easy with his stuff, and just kind of let it work for him. You know, every time he goes into a game, minus a few appearances, it's been, you know, 8th inning, tie ball game. Matt Williams looking for a consistent 8th inning guy, and now he gets to stretch it out a little bit. Hopefully give his skipper some innings and save the bullpen in the first game of a 4-game series.
Wow. Look at the swing back on 95. What hitter wouldn't give up on that?
Good frame by Wilson Ramos on the back end. Good pitch by Blake Trinan.
Well, he's made 60 career starts, 7 of them in the big leagues. So you're right. I think it's a great point that he can go out and just work some innings now, treat it like he's a starter, and throw all of his pitches, and not have that pedal to the metal thing going.
He looks relaxed.
One ball, one strike. It's 94 looking so easy. Tyson Ross, good job just to make contact with that hard breaking ball.
Tyson Ross is thinking to himself right now, this guy's got good stuff.
Fair ball. Easy play for Wilson Ramos. 1, 2, 3. By the way, Blake Trinan will be in line for the win when the Nats make the comeback.
Time later in tonight's game that is brought to you by Miller Lite. You'd think with that big National University sign out there that something's good is going to happen in this series.
You know, if Tyler Clippard was still here, he and Drew Shoreham would already put an S on the end of that word.
Nationals University.
It's right out by our bullpen. Yeah. Now that's a sponsor right there. That is some kind of signage. And they got that big new video board here. So here we go to the top of the 4th inning. Escobar, a comebacker after the long rain delay of 1 hour and 1 hour and 56 minutes. And then Wirth struck out to end that 1st inning. Ian Desmond, the only Nats hit so far.
I can just tell by the swings from Nats hitters that the sinker from Tyson Ross has got it going on tonight.
Yeah, got some plate with that one. Escobar thought he was on it.
When you talk about Tyson Ross, the reason his sinker is so good, he's a short strider. What does that mean? Well, his stride leg lands shorter than most pitchers. That really gets him out in front and his release point on top. And just looking from up here in the booth where his foot is landing compared to Fister's and Trinan's about, I don't know, a foot shorter, maybe half a foot. Really kind of throws your release point on top. Watch how short he strides. Boom, hits the ground, and he's real stiff with that front leg. And you know, most sinkers are from 3/4, but he's straight over the top. That's why it's a true sinker. Goes straight down.
Big guy, 6'5", 230. Escobar can't get to a nasty 87. 5 strikeouts now. Mercedes-Benz will track it.
Just free and easy with a 7-run lead. That's another nasty slider from Ross.
Jason Wirth, a swinging strikeout first time.
Based on what I'm seeing here early, 2-0 Padres lead might be tough for the Nats tonight. Tyson Ross is filthy.
Three in a row. Why not stay down there? Wirth twice. 6 Ks for Tyson Ross.
I mean, straight down with the slider. No real sweep to it. Almost like a hard curveball, and the sinker's the same way, straight down.
Shift is on for Bryce Harper. Spangenberg, the only man on the left side. Bryce hit a top spin hopper over to Jed Jerko, the middle man in that shift, first time up. And that's 93 inside. Bryce came in career 364 in 9 games against the Padres with 3 home runs and 12 RBIs. Good morning to you all back home. Had to wait a long time to get this one started, almost 2 hours after Span made the first out of the game. And here we are, top of the 4th inning.
People in D.C. are in the future right now.
They are. It's tomorrow. Uriah Heep was right. Today is only yesterday's tomorrow.
Don't even get me going. Pretty good numbers.
Yeah. Todd Frazier of Cincinnati, his 12th. And now they're going to take Amarista, put him back at shortstop.
They're going in motion. They're running different formations. They got guys running all over the place behind Tyson Ross.
Based on the count?
Yes.
Spangenberg goes out to play in front of the umpire, the third baseman. Are they thinking Bryce might bunt on a 3-1 over there?
No. They have their computer readout sheets that say what he hits and what counts. And Bud Black audible. Then another high strike from Tony Randazzo.
Bryce Harper takes the walk. 31st of the year.
But did you see what a hot hitter does to a pitcher? Tyson Ross is just effortless, cruising along, sinker, slider, not putting a lot into it. Bryce Harper comes up and I'm going to throw my best slider, throws it in the dirt. I'm going to throw my best sinker and throws it for a ball.
Ross misses with the fastball, and that helps Ryan. Once this guy gets ahead of it, he's going to work on a right-handed hitter down and away, like he did to Jason Worth and Escobar in this inning. Zimmerman a bounce to short first time.
You see Tyson Ross, though, he's slapping his glove, he's slapping his leg, he's getting flustered right now. You got a 7-run lead. Never let him see you sweat.
It's not like he just lost the perfect game. He had given up ahead. Yeah, Ryan, he's always enjoyed hitting against the West. His numbers against the Rockies are ungodly. Gets his share of hits in San Francisco and LA. And up the middle it goes. Bryce Harper thinking about third. He'll make it easily on the ball that kind of gets hung up a little in the outfield grass. And Harper running hard with 2 outs. It's a corner situation for Wilson Ramos.
Well, I like what I saw from Bryce Harper right there. Nice swing by Ryan Zimmerman going back up the middle, but down 7-0. You could play station ball and nobody'd say a word. Bryce Harper going first to third right in the face of Will Venable, and he doesn't care what the score is. Love it. And here comes the rain again.
Rain pelting down.
Don't love that unless it rains really hard for a long time and then you can't see a score.
So here's Ramos with that hitting streak on the line. 15 ball games, struck out his first time up. And we were told there was another cell behind the one that got out of here. And somebody said 10 o'clock. It's 5 after. I say listen to the guys in the press box when they want to know what the weather's going to be.
Listen to me. It's called an app. It's not that hard. You press play, it shows you which way the storm is moving. It's really easy.
You running the Marlins now? That's a base hit by Ramos. Harper comes in to score. Wilson Ramos, a 16-game streak, adding on to his franchise record for a catcher.
Well, when you talk to Padres people, Tyson Ross could get rattled. Maybe that's why he's 1-3 with the 4, because his stuff is electric here tonight. He walked Bryce Harper, kind of slapping his glove, slapping his leg, flustered, and that led out to a 2-out run. So a couple of strikeouts, a walk, a hit, and an answer on the board. And if he and Desmond can run into one, we got ourselves a ball game.
How many times do you see the pitching coach have to pay a guy a visit with a 6-run lead?
When
Darren Balsley out to the mound.
I've been a part of ball clubs that have come from behind, and it kind of becomes your mantra. And you really don't care what the score is. You have that swagger and that confidence, thinking, all right, here we come. Look out. We're going to do it again.
Desmond got his first career hit against Ross last time up. Clean base hit to right. Trying to prevent that from happening again. Will Middlebrooks playing about 30 feet off the line over there. So you can see where he's setting up. Anything that's an extra base hit could bring in Ramos because he's getting such a big lead at first. That's the one Ian Desmond has to lay off. He did, and the count's even 1-1.
When you have a big lead as a pitcher, it's imperative to stay aggressive. And it doesn't mean just throw fastballs right down the middle. It just means pound the strike zone, stay with your game plan, treat it like it's a 1-0 ball game. We saw Max Scherzer do that his last start, as good as anybody I've ever seen do it.
Exactly what Julio Teheran did not do against the Nats in Atlanta.
He lost his aggressive nature. He started pitching not to lose, and Max Scherzer, with the big lead the other night in Arizona, just kept doing his thing. He didn't care what the score was. He stuck to his game plan. He was aggressive with all of his pitches in whatever count, the same way he would be in a close ball game.
2-1 to Desmond. Got the end of the bat on it. Hopes it goes foul. It does. It's a foul ball.
Could turn out to be a good foul ball because that was a nasty slider from Tyson Ross. He got a piece of it, it rolled foul, and he gets another chance.
And Ryan Zimmerman ran all the way home and touched home plate
just in
after
case.
that call.
Ian Desmond playing umpire after he gets tagged late. No, foul.
Two the count remains. All this with 2 outs, starting with the Harper walk.
That was hanging up there. 2-strike mode. He's battling.
If you'd have told me that Ian Desmond would have 7 RBIs on the 14th of May, I would have thought you were nuts. He's got a chance to tack on a couple here, get his bat going, and then, as we mentioned earlier, this lineup would be almost impossible to pitch to. He'll pull it left side. Amarista the short way. And the Nats will just get 1. RBI by Wilson Ramos. Hitting streak goes to 16 games. Some folks not out in the elements. Padres by 6.
for at Petco Park. When Ian Desmond came out of the game 2 days ago after just 6 innings, marked the first time this year that he did not finish a game and play a complete ball game. The first innings he'd sat out all year. I talked to Desmond earlier today about that heavy workload and his desire to play every day. And he said, I don't make out the lineup. If Matt Williams wants me to have a day off, I'll have a day off. But I want to be in there. He said, I could die tomorrow, and I want to play baseball. But beyond that, he said, the next game, that next at-bat, that could be the one that turns it around for me. And that's the way I view my game. He said, I'm not concerned about the physical aspect. I'm always a better second-half player than I am a first-half player. He feels he's going to be strong late in the season, regardless of how many games he plays. And he wants to be in that lineup every day if he can.
Very well said by Ian Desmond and related by Dan. Thank you, sir. Bottom of the 4th inning, Spangenberg, Venable, and Kemp. And I do think the apocalypse may be upon us. They are in a rain delay at Dodger Stadium.
End of days.
Get your affairs in order, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know. It's the El Nino. They're talking about El Nino.
Well, they need rain out here so very badly.
It's not what the Nats are here.
Corey Spangenberg, home run last time up. 3rd of his career. 1st this year. He's 24 years of age, from Clarks Summit, Pennsylvania. Lives in the Tampa area now. That's up and away. San Diego first rounder. He was the 10th overall player taken 4 years ago. He was committed to the University of Miami when the Padres signed him. And inside out swing, gets a lot of that one, and he's homered again. This is the new Petco Park. They moved that wall in left field by 4 feet. Not sure that made a difference on that one, but this ballpark is playing unlike anything we've ever seen out here.
Well, he had no homers coming into tonight. He's got 2, one to the pull side and one to the opposite field. And I can't remember too many lefties or righties going the other way at Petco Park for a home run. So, yeah, who knows what's going on. Rain in San Diego. It's cold here. Opposite field home runs. Where am I?
Here's Will Venable. Somewhere in the United States of America right now, Brian Giles is saying, what in the heck is going on in San Diego? Because when he left the Pirates and came out here, he couldn't get a ball out of this place.
Brian Klesko, Phil Nevin, all the original guys that played when this ballpark opened up. I remember the first couple games here, Brian Klesko hitting deep fly balls to right field and coming back to the dugout and breaking helmets. He couldn't believe the balls weren't going out here, and everybody knew this is going to be a tough yard to leave. Look at that, 2015, 2.4 home runs a game and 9.3 runs a game in this ballpark. What a difference.
Yeah, it used to be about 2.5 homers a week here. So the Padres have hit 3 tonight. They've hit 33 on the year, 5 behind the Nats.
My crazy friend Eric Burns has a theory that the balls are wound a little bit tighter this year to improve the offense around Major League Baseball.
Well,
that's why
look no further than San Diego.
That's why I put crazy as an adjective in front of his name.
Burnsy's crazy in a good way. Some people have their conspiracy theories. Padres last year, last in all of baseball in batting average and in runs, second from the bottom in homers, and they had the 3rd best pitching in the National League. This year their ERA is over 4.2. Swing and a miss, and Blake Trinan gets the slider going for Will Venable and Matt Kemp. 3 Ks for him. Nissan will track it.
Well, that's the book on Kemp right now, is he's not picking up the slider away. And it's a pitch Doug Fister used 2% of the time his last start, so he didn't use it against Matt Kemp tonight. Didn't really have a feel for it. Couldn't get to all of his pitches. And we haven't heard anything, but I'm hoping he's okay. Just saying, it was an odd scene when Trinan came in and Matt Williams was talking to the umpire, and the umpires went over and talked to Bud Black.
Yeah.
It wasn't like it was a double switch, and I don't know if they were saying Blake Trinan can take as many pitches as he needs to warm up. Who knows?
And those of you who've watched us for some time know that it's the Nationals' policy not to disclose any injury information during a ball game. 0-2 to Justin Upton, who has a pair of singles, an RBI, and has scored 2 runs. Breaking ball stayed up high. Ramos tried to hold it there for a while. Action. Everything he throws has action. Blake Trinan. Upton 1 for 3 career against him. And the hard sinker he laid off at 95. Big raindrops coming down. Struck him out on a big slider.
Nasty.
Strikes out the side after giving up the opposite field home run to Corey Spangenberg. Going to the 5th. 8-1 Padres.
Yankees are going to visit Nats Park for a 2-game set May 19th and 20th. First 25,000 fans receive the Nats 10th anniversary tote bag presented by the MLB Network on Tuesday, May 19th. Go to nationals.com for more information. Thank you, Wilson Ramos.
No, you know what the Padres want here? 3 more outs to make this an official game. Jerry Davis is getting soaked, the crew chief, in short center field. Danny Espinosa is going to hit one right by where the shift was. And he has his first base hit of the night. Blake Trinan will be the hitter. Trinan's first at bat this year. I mean, look at this rain.
It is coming down, folks. Before it was a hard drizzle. Now it's pouring.
And I know what they're trying to do here. But there's got to become a point, if this holds up for the next couple of minutes, where it becomes unsafe. Trinan 1 for 12 as a big league hitter last year. Lays down the bunt. Espinosa to second. Sacrifice goes 1-3.
Now batting Denard Spangenberg. Is that right?
I'm feeling an opposite field home run coming on here.
That's what I was kind of alluding to.
You're going to have to drill one through the rain, though. Denard 0 for 2 with the strikeout and the ground ball, and that's a high strike. And it's not like a hitter can step out at will and walk all around in a situation like this, like maybe you used to be able to stall and see what happens with the weather.
Well, I feel like if it's raining, an ump's going to have common sense. If you want to step out of the batter's box and wipe your helmet off before you get back in, you should be able to.
I mean, Denard, he's going through a car wash right now.
Spangenberg on the left, Span on the right.
That's a little tapper. It's going to be a base hit. First and third, one out. Escobar and Worth, the next two.
That is a beautiful thing if you're Denard Span. A little swing and bunt down the third base line. Denard Span will take that every single time.
So when the third baseman does something really well defensively, do they call that Spangenberging?
Maybe.
Escobar bouncer back to the pitcher and a swinging strikeout. Tyson Ross misses.
Last 10 games have been good to Escobar, 450 average.
6th in the league coming in with 40 base hits. 7th in hitting at 333. Runner going. That's a throw behind the runner, and a good play by Jed Jerko kept that ball from going into the outfield and scoring Espinosa. So Denard Span, stolen bases, 2 of them on this road trip, and he's 3 for 3.
Well, I like it. You know, a lot of times when you're down by 7 runs, you just kind of play station to station baseball. But if they're not going to pay attention to you, they're going to give you the bag. You're trying to jump back into this game. Why not? And a nice play by Jed Jerko, or this would have been a run. That was a nasty sinker from Derek Norris.
Up and into Escobar. 3-0. Outfield well around to the right. Chopper, left side, it'll score a run. On the run, Amarista throws out Escobar, and it's 8-2. Yunel Escobar's 12th RBI. Well, Jason got worked over with 3 straight nasty sliders last time. He has struck out swinging twice against Tyson Ross.
Well, he's going to see him again, and the adjustment you have to make if you're Jason Worth right now is think the other way. But all those sliders he threw him were almost unhittable, and I don't think any of them were strikes. Start him up with a fastball there. They look like strikes, though. That's why Jason swung.
And Jason losing his foothold in the box at the end of that swing. Taking the bat, trying to knock some mud out of those spikes. 1-2 pitch. And Worth to right. Kemp cruising for it. He'll make the one-handed running grab near the line, so it has become an official ball game. The Nats have scored 2 innings in a row, and it's 8-2. He's working second base tonight. He would walk all the way into home plate and have a good look at the batter's box while the grounds crew works on that. And home plate umpire Tony Randazzo to the mound to confer with Blake Trinan as the rain continues to pelt down here in San Diego.
I think Jason Worth's slippage on that one swing got the grounds crew out. Throw some diamond dry on the wet clay. And the batter's box of the mound is tricky. It's clay underneath there. You know, the infield's dirt, but they try to put the clay underneath the dirt so you can get a real toe hold in there when you're in the batter's box. And when you land as a pitcher with your stride leg, it's that sticky clay that your cleats can kind of grab. When that gets wet, look out.
Television schedule subject to weather, and we hope nothing interferes with tomorrow night's game because the forecast for tomorrow looking pretty rough. Jordan Zimmerman, Odrisamer Despaigne for the Padres. Max Scherzer, Andrew Cashner Saturday. Steven Strasburg, Ian Kennedy Sunday. The day off Monday, and then the Yankees are in for 2 next week. Bottom of the 5th inning, Blake Trinan in 2 innings, 31 pitches, 22 strikes. He's retired 6 of the 7 Padres. He's faced 4 of them on strikes. The only blemish, the Spangenberg home run. And here's Derek Norris, who's driven in 5 more against the Nats tonight. He's got the 2 toughest parts of the cycle so far.
Well, for a catcher, the triple's the toughest part. Check that last time up.
7 RBIs against the Nats last year and 5 more here. It's a breaking ball low and away. Front door on the slider. Stayed inside.
I'm sitting here thinking, how deep are the Nats pitching wise? You know, everybody knows about their 5 starters. And then you have a guy like Blake Trinan that could start, that throws upper 90s. Tanner Roark, a 15-game winner in the bullpen. You really have 6 starters on your staff. There's a couple of them right there talking about maybe the rain in San Diego. Stevens telling Max, I swear it never rains there.
And a slider bounced foul. Blake Trinan's career high in strikeouts, 4 tonight and May 22nd of last year at Pittsburgh, when he started and threw 5 2/3 innings. And a ball hit sharply. Desmond backhand on a wet track. Very good play.
Well, Norris runs well, period. And Ian Desmond knew he had a long throw and that Norris was hustling down the line. Nice play by the Nats shortstop for out number 1 here in the 5th.
Jed Jerko is next, facing Blake for the first time. It's a great slider. And a fastball that time. Danny Espinosa picks it off. Now ground ball outs for Blake Trinan, his forte when his stuff is working in the strike zone.
Time for Toyota K's for Kids. Washington area Toyota dealers want to help children and their families by making a donation of $37 to the Children's Inn at NIH for every strikeout by a Nats pitcher this season. 4 for Blake Trinan tonight times 37 is $520.
Right. Too late to get your calculators out at home, folks. Just
let's go with
roll with us.
It's late. You're half asleep.
Middlebrooks, fly ball to center, ground ball to short. High heat for a strike from Blake Trinan at 95. Base hit. Well, Middlebrooks' first hit of the night.
But you would think the difference between starting and relieving as a pitcher is a lot like pinch hitting for a hitter or getting 4 at-bats in a game. You know, as a hitter, when you get 4 at-bats in a game and you're playing every day, you can make adjustments. You know what he's going to do to you. But as a pinch hitter, you walk up there and your whole night revolves around 1 at-bat. Same goes for a guy that used to start, now you relieve. Your whole night is basically 1 inning, maybe even 1 hitter, and you really don't have time to get into your rhythm, get into your groove, make adjustments on the fly, get your mechanics straight, slow down, speed up, get your release point. And Blake Trinan tonight with some extended innings and being able to throw pitches, you could just see how much more relaxed he is, almost like a pinch hitter versus an everyday player.
That's a good call. Amarista, the second man Blake faced 2 innings ago, struck him out looking. Most of the crowd invisible to us. They've moved up under the overhangs here. Padres have drawn well so far this year. 32,393 a game. That's the 4th most of any team in the National League.
Well, they're excited about their ball club. 1 game over 500, 5 games back of the Dodgers. All the off-season moves. They were the talk of baseball this winter, the hot stove.
And they have a dynamic new general manager in A.J. Preller, who had a lot of really good seasons with the Rangers before coming out here. That's a fastball in there. Amarista rung up. So Blake Trinan settles this thing down. And with Ross throwing 41 pitches last 2 innings, this ball game's far from over. Rainy night in Southern California. We've had a rain delay here. They've had one up at Dodger Stadium, 2 hours north of us. And this one going into the 6th inning. Harper, Zimmerman, Ramos. Last time through, all 3 of these guys reached base against Tyson Ross. Bryce jumped on the first one, fouling it. On base percentage, .444 coming in. So he's been on once tonight with his 32nd walk. Pardon me, 31st walk.
Okay, that's the 0-1 shift against Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
Let's see, okay, 1-1. Are they staying in the same place? If you remember last time, as the count went to Bryce, the shift changed. They went in motion. They changed their formation. I think they went to a spread shift more than just a pro set.
Lewin inside. Yeah, Buddy Black's flex defense.
Same.
Well, let's see what happens if it goes to 3-1. And that's 3-1. Not going to change this time, evidently. Amarista will stay up the middle near Jerry Davis, the umpire. Bryce should get something to hit here in a 6-run game. And that's right in there.
Take it all the way.
Yeah, he was. Thinking about the team, trying to get on base.
I like it.
Should get something to hit again. Way inside, and Bryce Harper takes his 32nd walk of the year. And the last time he did that, it started a bit of a rally. Nats box, Harper on twice. RBI ground ball last inning by Escobar. RBI single in the 4th inning by Wilson Ramos. raising his hitting streak to 16 games. Dale Thayer. Ball thrown right into the runner, and a little hop and a skip by Will Middlebrooks.
I'm starting to see something I haven't seen in a long time. And when Bryce Harper comes up, you're seeing pitchers absolutely change. And what I mean by that is they're changing their approach, where they're cruising along, they're throwing the ball great. Now they try to reach back for extra stuff because what he's done so far this year. And that's how the walks are snowballing. You know, Tyson Ross is dealing here tonight. His sinker's nice, his slider's been electric, and then Bryce Harper comes up and he tries to go extra.
Yeah.
And he's nowhere near the plate. And I've said it before, and I know Nats fans don't like the comparison, but it's the only one I have, and they used to do that with Barry Bonds.
1-0 to Zimmerman. And the other thought I would add to that, FP, pitchers are scared to death to give up a solo homer to Bryce when they're up by 6 runs.
Yeah. You know why? Because it's on every highlight reel all night long, and they have to go watch it 14 times. Even if they deal and have a great outing, they have to watch the one mistake they made to Bryce Harper over and over and over again.
Pretty good fastball there right on the edge to Ryan Zimmerman. But working with a big lead and nobody out in the 6th inning, Tyson Ross about to throw his 80th pitch. Doesn't get that call. 92. And it's 2-1.
Keep nibbling, you're going to find yourself in the middle of a ball game.
And somebody's going to get a hold of one here sooner or later, with the way this offense has been driving the ball. Harper running, Zimmerman swinging a miss, and Bryce is in there. And now he's stolen bases in a couple of consecutive games. Pulled off the double steal with Denard Span yesterday.
If I know Bryce like I think I know Bryce, that first throw over by Tyson Ross, I guess for lack of a better term, got his attention. And if you're going to throw over with that big a lead, guess what? I'm going to steal.
Well, now a base hit would get the Nats another run. They've scored in 2 consecutive innings. Way outside. So Harper now 2 for 5 in steals, but 2 in a row.
That's 13 out of 14 stolen base attempts against Tyson Ross this year too. So it's there if you want it. And I like that they're still playing hard and have it changed down by 6.
Not conceding a thing. And Zimmerman draws a walk. 2 in a row here in the 6th inning. So Ross tonight 6 strikeouts, giving him 54 on the year, but 3 walks, giving him 26. Now it's Ramos. How about that? In his career, he has averaged less than 6 innings a start. And tonight he's going to go 5 with a huge lead and face 2 more guys who he walked. Might be time to wake up your neighbors.
Earlier in tonight's game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Wilson Ramos, last time up. Little streak extender to 16. RBI, got the Nats on the board. Buffalo is on fire, 24 for 61 during the streak.
1 for 3 career with a double against right-hander Dale Thayer, who over a 3-year period, 12, 13, and 14, has pitched in relief in over 200 games for San Diego. And after going into the stretch position, he steps off.
He likes the fastball, averages 92, slider 82, occasional changeup at 84.
Front door breaking ball stays inside. Wilson Ramos has only hit 1 home run this year. He's had a bunch of doubles lately. He's maybe a power ticking time bomb. And he'll drive one to right. Tagging Harper. And because he stole second, he gets to third base with 1 out. And then, of course, the walk followed by Zimmerman. But the Nats being aggressive here. And now it'll be Desmond trying to make it at least an 8-3 game.
Productive out. Good base running by Harper. Bryce still playing hard.
Yeah.
Everybody is in a gray uni. I like it. I wouldn't expect anything less.
Ian Desmond, base hit to right, ground ball to short last time. That was with 2 men aboard in the 4th. Ian 1 for 1 career with a walk against 34-year-old right-hander Dale Thayer.
He's just designating, I'm swinging and I hope you throw a strike. He's swinging at one over your head and one out of the zone. He's telling me he doesn't really have a plan right, and he's not seeing the ball well.
Fastball up, strikes him out.
No, run back fastball. Randazzo's had a high strike zone all night. And Ian Desmond frustrated with that at bat.
2 for his last 16 on this trip. Danny Espinosa next, base hit up the middle last time up. And Thayer puts that one under Danny's hands. Left-hander Matt Grace. If Espinosa gets aboard, Clint Robinson will hit for Blake Trinan. A lot of heaters, 2-1.
Pretty unusual shift on for Espinosa right now with Jerko way to the pull side. Amarista still on the shortstop side and tons of room if you hit it just to the second base side of the pitcher.
It is interesting how the Padres, who seldom see the Nats, play some of our hitters differently than Atlanta, Miami, Philadelphia, and New York do.
Well, I'm pretty sure they got computers and stuff to say where to play.
Two-2 pitch. Espinosa to center. Will Venable under it. So the Nats had Bryce Harper at third base with 1 out. Couldn't bring him in. And after 5.5, it's an 8-2 game still. authority of the Washington Nationals, and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Washington Nationals.
You see a bug fly out of the grass right there? That's pretty cool. 8-2 as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Hey, the All-Star game's right around the corner. It's in Cincinnati this year in July. Vote for your favorite Nat. You can only vote online this year. Go to nationals.com/vote to place your votes today.
Hey, what's going on with the All-Star game? It's here next year, 2016, San Diego. The National League has a monopoly on the All-Star game right now, which is kind of hard to figure out since the game means so much these days. Padres were advertising that on their board earlier. Get season tickets to get All-Star tickets.
Where is it in 2018? I can't remember.
National League,
somewhere
in the Mid-Atlantic region. Abraham Almonte pinch hitting for Dale Thayer, switch hitting outfielder, and he takes one to left. First time he sees Blake Trinan.
It's time for some Yellowwood bringing the lumber, and Corey Spantanza-Vanderberg has had a big night tonight. Second time up to the pull side, he goes deep. That ball was touched. This one, I didn't think he had this kind of pop. The second one, he went opposite field, and it looked like he got jammed a little bit. The ball got in on him, and it still got out to left, so came in with no home runs. He's 2 for 3 with 2 taters here tonight.
Top of the order, Spangenberg. But I find that interesting. These days when the All-Star game means so much for postseason play, one league has the game at home for like 3 years in a row.
Right.
I know there's a bidding process and there are things that have to be done, but I find that really intriguing. And if I'm the American League right now, I'm not real happy about it. 0-2. I might have just felt sorry for the American League for the first time in my life. There's Kevin Quackenbush. And Trinan drops the breaking ball in there at 84. And the hitter can only walk away after homering twice. A taken third strike. That's number 6, keeping Trinan's career high going here. Padres box. First inning, big blow, 3-run homer, Derek Norris. Second inning, big blow, 2-run triple, Derek Norris. After RBIs by Spangenberg in the first of his 2 homers, and Justin Upton. Right side bouncer, Espinoza, Desmond, 4-6-3, good rhythm, very nice. And that's it for Blake Trinan, who gives up 1 home run but pitches 4 solid innings to at least keep this thing within the Nats' long-term sights as we go to the 7th. down, still within sight of the Padres. For the Achiever and you, PNC Bank, with our minor league report. Stephen LaRue, veteran catcher. He's been in the big leagues for a while with the Nats until late in camp, and on fire at Syracuse. .419 over the last week and a half, and having a really, really good year. Stephen LaRue.
He's ready. Call him up. And Anthony Rendon went to Florida today to begin baseball activities.
Good for him. Yes. Good for us.
Good for everybody.
Kevin Quackenbush, the right-hander. And he'll be facing Clint Robinson.
These guys have the best names in the league by far. Fastball 91. Curveball 78. He threw a split 10% of the time last year. He's only thrown it 1% of the time this year. So really 2 pitches, fastball, curveball from Kevin Quackenbush.
4 innings, 1 run on 3 hits, 6 strikeouts, no walks for Blake Trinan. And right in there to Clint Robinson. Two for 14 with an RBI as a pinch hitter. Left-handed threat with power off the bench, and lays off the breaking ball way low.
Anytime you get a Jerko, a Spangenberg, and a Quackenbush on the same team, you got a chance to win a pennant. And that's the all-name team right there. And tomorrow's pitcher,
Odrisamer Despaigne. If they play behind him, I'm in trouble.
Yep. Good luck.
It's going to take me back to my World Cup soccer days. And that ball, a pitch up, fouled straight back by Clint. And they haven't even used Jan Hervis Solarte off the bench tonight. That could happen.
I'm going to just stick with numbers this whole series.
Robinson lays off the high heat. Two pitch again, and Robinson gets jammed as that breaking ball gets in on his hands. Nets haven't had a hit now since the 5th inning. A couple of base runners on walks last inning, could not convert. So at the stroke of 2 a.m. back home, those of you with us, we appreciate it. Not giving up yet. Nats have 8 outs with which to work, and a Curly W here, not going anywhere. Top of the order, Denard Span, who's 0 for 2 career against the right-hander Quackenbush. Denard, a base hit about 40 feet up the third base line last time up. It's that ball hard to the right side. Jed Jerko to his left. 2 down.
Nats fans never miss a moment, even when the team is out of town. Follow @Massa Nationals on Instagram for sights from the road, behind-the-scenes moments, and exclusive contests. Search @Massa Nationals on Instagram right now.
Escobar 0 for 3, RBI grounder. And facing this right-hander for the first time.
That's a funky delivery from Quackenbush. Watch the arm motion. Just kind of a short, quick arm stroke. Ball gets on you. I guarantee you he's tough to pick up.
Escobar coming off a 7-hit series against Arizona. Worth on deck, Bryce Harper in the hole. Well, that ball was really close to Yunel's hands. Holding my breath there for a moment.
Well, he's a diver. He's always going out to cover the outer half of the plate. We've seen most of his hits be up the middle the other way, even though it's pretty evenly distributed. If you hang some off speed, he'll pull you. But I'm surprised more teams haven't done that to you now. Just kind of buzz that tower inside to keep him off the outer half of the plate.
Yeah, got hit on the arm in Arizona. That's a comebacker. And the Nats go 1-2-3 in the top of the 7th inning. We arrive at the Hyundai 7th inning stretch. Still some goodies available to keep you cool on a rainy night in Southern California.
Mercedes-Benz of Arlington, Mercedes-Benz of Alexandria. 8-2 Padres. This one heads to the bottom of the 7th inning. Blake Trinan, the story for the Nats in this game. 4 innings pitched, gave up 3 hits, just 1 run on an opposite field home run, struck out a career-high 6 and walked nobody. And he was missing bats tonight. It was mostly with the slider. The off-speed stuff from Blake Trinan tonight was fantastic. He got into a rhythm, got into a groove, and showed his value on this ball club. It was nice to see him do well here against the Padres.
Matt Grace is next. The left-hander taking over here bottom of the 7th against Kemp, Upton, and Norris.
Yeah, fastball 91. It's a sinking fastball. Come back with a curveball, occasional changeup. 11th appearance, ERA at 4.05. Lefties hitting 286. Righties 500 against Matt Grace.
Zimmerman, Scherzer, and Strasburg going in the next 3 games of the series. And if the pitching staff comes out of the weekend intact, Blake Trinan might be the hero of the staff for the weekend. Kemp will launch one to right center, but not going much of anywhere. Denard Span has it.
Pete Nats return to the Fitz May 19th through the 21st. They take on the Carolina Mudcats in what's going to be a really big rivalry series. You want to miss that? $2 tacos and tall boys, all-you-can-eat buffet at Belly Buster Night. And discounted drinks during Thursday Cheers, Bob. Go to PotomacNationals.com for more information. Go see the Peanuts. They're good.
Justin Upton 2 for 3. Pair of singles, pair of runs, and his 25th RBI. So he came in 0 for 8. He's had a good night. Melvin's on the DL with a left foot injury. Goes all the way back to April 4th. Justin doing just fine. Hits it sharply. Danny Espinosa takes care of that. And the young Nats relievers getting a job done here tonight.
Time for a T-Mobile game changer. We'll give it to the big Viking catcher for the Padres, Derek Norris. 1-0 fastball. His first at-bat, his third home run of the year. And he just missed 2 home runs off the top of the fence with his second at-bat, a triple.
Ian Desmond robbed him of a base hit his next time up on a wet track in the 5th inning. Right after that really rainy top of the 5th, Desmond backhanded one and threw him out. Part of the trade that brought Gio back in December of 11 with Tommy Malone, Brad Peacock, A.J. Cole, who obviously since has come back to the Nats. And at the time of that deal, he'd just come off a .210 season at Harrisburg, but Derek had hit 20 homers and driven in 46 runs. And he'll take his base on balls here with 2 outs. That'll bring in Jet Jerko. Dodgers and Rockies are able to resume that game up the coast, and the Dodgers, who lead the West over the Padres by 5 games, are ahead 4-2 in that game.
Dodgers are 15-3 at home this year. 15-3.
And the 0-2.
Cardinals 14-3 at home, and the Mets, who couldn't win a game to save their life in Citi Field last year, 13-3 at home.
And guess who gave them all 3 losses? Your Nats. It's hard to sweep a team 4, and that's what the Cubs just did to the Mets. One ball and 2 strikes to Jerko, who's 1 for 3. Right near the inside edge, and I think Matt Grace kind of thought he had a inning-ending strike there.
Well, it looked good from the center field camera. Give it to the kid. Nice.
She did that right. She picked it up with the bare hand. Ball had stopped rolling.
Good play.
And you stick around long enough, you might get a souvenir thanks to that young lady. Well done. 2-2 pitch. Jerko will go mezzanine right side.
You know what she doesn't have, though, is the Murphy bed seat that they had in Arizona.
That was very clever.
She's got the regular stool. And if you miss the games against the Diamondbacks, the ball dudes there had the chair that when they got up went right back into the wall.
Murphy bed chairs for ball people.
Right back into the wall.
Jerko with a fly ball to right. Here comes Bryce Harper. Folks, it's 8-2 in the 8th inning. We'll talk about more furniture and some baseball when we come back. You by DraftKings. Play daily fantasy baseball for free on DraftKings.com. Enter promo code Dugout for free entry. Well, a ballpark nestled beautifully into its downtown neighborhood, Petco Park in San Diego. Mazda do-ups for the Nats in the 8th. Worth, Harper, Zimmerman. What they've done career against the Padres. Told you earlier about Bryce's good numbers. This is only his 10th career game against San Diego. And then Ryan Zimmerman, big time damage against pitchers wearing white or gray with navy blue. So here's Worth, 0 for 3 tonight, couple of strikeouts. And Jason went, deep with a 3rd inning homer yesterday.
3-run tater on a fastball inside from Jeremy Hellickson. Look out, that little mezzanine in left center field.
Worth against Quackenbush, career 0 for 2.
Jason's swing's much more aggressive the last week or so. That means his timing's getting closer. And he's starting to look like the guy who had a spring training as he's getting to the 100 at-bat mark.
And we talked about this, getting good extension now from that shoulder, getting around some balls and pulling with authority.
Beard on beard. Two pretty good ones, I might add.
This ball over by the dugout. And it won't have enough spin to come back for Will Middlebrooks.
Follow the Nationals all season in 2015 with MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At-bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, whole bunch of stuff. Get MLB.com at-bat for your smartphone or tablet. Whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I like that.
It's
very technical.
I feel like reading this.
And a fastball up. Full count here in the 8th inning. Last time the Nats had a hit was Denard Span's roller up the third baseline with 1 out, 5th inning. On a pitch up and in, Jason Worth pulls it with authority. There's another great pull side swing for Jason. So he's had 99 at bats. That was his 19th hit.
Turn and burn right there. Good at bat from Worth, and that's what I'm talking about, the aggressive swings. As a hitter, when your timing's right, you can take an aggressive swing, but when it's not, you start feeling for the baseball, and his timing's right where it needs to be right now.
Bryce Harper, 2 walks now. He's 0 for 1 tonight. I love the Padre fans chanting overrated for the #1 home run and #2 RBI guy in the league.
It's late. There's a 2-hour rain delay, and they're having fun.
Crowd of 22,710 here tonight.
And about 12 left.
And Bryce's 7-game hitting streak may be on the line right here.
That is such a cool view.
You can sit in a suite up there. And a 1-2 with Worth at first. Bryce will take a fastball way upstairs. Facing Quackenbush for the first time. telling you, his batting eye is remarkable. Nissan will track it.
This one's pretty close. But Bryce is getting a reputation around the league with the umpires that he knows what a strike is, and they usually give you the borderline pitches when you show them you do it.
Up and in, and Bryce walks for the third time tonight.
But do you see what I mean to my point last time? You get 2 strikes on Bryce Harper. Now I'm going to make the perfect pitch. I'm going to make the perfect pitch. I'm going to make the perfect pitch. Ball 4. It's almost like you can see guys trying too hard to get that last strike on Bryce Harper. If to Bryce's credit, he is seeing the ball like a beach ball and swinging at strikes and taking balls.
2 on, nobody out. Next, Nats down by 6, and Ryan Zimmerman a chance to take a big bite out of that. He's 0 for 1 career against the right-hander Kevin Quackenbush. Lays off the breaking ball. Right-hander Brandon Maurer for the Padres. Then he'll start throwing some strikes. You never know when you might have to see Craig Kimbrell in the 9th inning. Nats trying to put a couple of runs on the board, and a right-hander not exactly having his typical season, is it?
No, 5.93 ERA for Kimbrell. Gave up 14 hits in 13 2/3 innings. And opponents get this. They're hitting 264 off Kimbrell. That's a high number. He's usually around 200.
That's the manager, Buddy Black, out there. Everybody gathered around. A 6-run lead, 8th inning.
He's probably saying we're dealing with some serious stuff right here. This team can come back. We need to start throwing strikes.
And he's probably buying time for Maurer.
Yep.
Ryan Zimmerman has a base hit and a walk tonight. He has an 8-game hitting streak. And Ryan's hit safely 15 of his last 17. Talking about the number 5 RBI guy in the league right here. And now up by 6. A look at the runner.
Well, the Nats have been running. Span and Harper both have bags tonight.
And Ryan taking all the way on 2-0. Look at the RBI total with runners in scoring position. And Bryce Harper would be the first guy to tell you that Ryan Zimmerman's RBI production behind him is one of the reasons for his success. So there they are, 2 of the top 5.
Well, Ryan's feasted on Bryce walking all the time and being on base. That's how Jeff Kent won an MVP hitting behind Barry Bonds.
Two-two pitch. That's outside. Could be Quackenbush's last pitch if he loses Zimmerman. With Ramos waiting.
It's a big pitch in this ballgame.
And Ryan Zimmerman goes down to get a ball that you had to swing at with 2 strikes.
Still grinding. Jason Worth with a good at-bat. Bryce Harper with a good at-bat. Now Ryan Zimmerman working hard. Love the way these guys fight. Just close enough that you had to offer.
Yep. Yeah, you cannot leave the bat on your shoulder in this situation. Quackenbush has retired 3 batters, and he's had to make 32 pitches. 7th inning and here in the 8th. This will get out of play.
Ryan's in swing mode right now. Pounding that back leg. He's telling himself to stay back. Don't jump at the baseball. Stay on that back side.
Yeah, so he'll see at least 9 pitches in this AB. (3-2) and he hits it well to right. Backing up is Kemp. Takes it short of the track. Jason Worth will move from second to third. Good at bat by Ryan Zimmerman. And now Ramos and Desmond will have to do some damage to try to get the Nats back in this thing.
Pretty good at bat right there by Ryan Zimmerman. I watched Jason Worth run from second to third right there, and he is not running well. I thought he was kind of running funny to first base. You see him kind of a little hitch in his giddy up right there. Saw that on the base hit too.
Wilson Ramos facing this right-hander for the first time, and he doesn't bite on the breaking ball. Wilson tonight 1 for 3. Opposite field single to extend the hitting streak to 16 games. Lined out to right last time.
Wilson Ramos likes the high fastball, and Quackenbush has been up in the zone. This is a good matchup for the Nats.
Yeah, there's one right there.
So hard as a player to stay focused when you have the long rain delay. It's an 8-2 ball game. You have a tendency to go up there and just swing. But you're seeing some good at-bats here in this inning. That's impressive.
Another battling at bat here, 2-2. Ramos gets a fastball. This ball hit high in the air, right field corner. Kemp, he'll make the catch. Worth will score, and then into second base. Bryce Harper to get the scoring position with 2 outs. So Ramos sac fly, his second RBI of the night, 18th of the year.
Bryce Harper's still hustling. I love it. Wilson Ramos got a fastball right down the middle, and I was wondering, is this going to carry out of here? Matt Kemp over in foul territory. Jason Worth tagging up. He looked fine sprinting, and then when he decelerates, you see a little limp right there at the end. So something's going on with Jason Worth. And how about Bryce Harper tagging up from first base, playing hard still? Look at the uni. Bryce playing right out of his uni tonight. I love it.
We'll have a double switch coming up here from Buddy Black. Quackenbush will leave after a long inning and 2/3, giving up 1 run so far, a walk, a hit, and a little deeper go the Nats into the San Diego bullpen. And 7 career against the National League West. Odrisamer Despaigne for the Padres. 28-year-old Cuban right-hander who's 2-1 on the year with a 5.13 ERA. Same time as tonight, hopefully first pitch and then a little more baseball than we had tonight. 9:30 Nats Extra tomorrow evening on MASN 2. Corey Spangenberg goes to second base. Jan Hervis Solarte to first.
Nice.
We'll figure out third base in a second. All right, that sends Will Middlebrooks over to third, which is where he has played defensively most of his big league career. That ball hit to short by Ian Desmond. Bad throw, and Solarte has to come in and pick it. And didn't come up with it. The inning continues, huh? Amarista, the only guy who didn't shift positions on the change, makes a bad throw here.
Well, he threw a slider. Watch this. I don't know if it's a wet ball or not, but the big crow hop. But look at the slider in the dirt.
Wow.
And the inning continues to Danny Espinosa. So Nats trying to make that error hurt. That was not a good throw by Amarista, to say the least.
That's his third error of the year, and the Padres 25th. Brandon Maurer takes over here.
Fastball average at 94. He'll cut the fastball at 88. He's got a change up at 86.
Danny Espinosa facing him for the first time, and that's in there. Padres have left the door ajar here a little bit, and that's line hard foul. And Espinosa 0-2 on a ball that really jammed it. Tyler Moore, one of the heroes yesterday, waiting if it gets down to that number 9 spot. Right now the Nats are down by 5. Harper's at third. Desmond's at first. And 2 down here in the 8th. Espinosa can't get to that one. Nats will pick up a run on a hit, a walk, a Ramos sac fly. 8-3, middle 8th. Local time, but they're hanging in there. The guy with the curly W just says, we're not giving up here.
She is out cold.
We're going to the bottom of the 8th, another inning for Matt Grace. So the Nats have been kind of pecking away. They just lack that big 2-out hit to make this a lot closer. So Grace will try to at least get him to the 9th. And Middlebrooks will be followed by Amarista and Solarte. Will Middlebrooks hit a .191 for the Red Sox last year. 63 games. He was on the DL a couple of times. Ended up playing 29 games at AAA, Pawtucket. And then the Red Sox traded him here for catcher Ryan Hannigan in December. And he's hit under 200 again with the Padres. 2012, when the Nats saw him for the first time, he was hitting .288 as a rookie. That memorable 3-game sweep the Nats had up at Fenway that year. And a 2-1 pitch is driven to the upper deck. Right side, counts 2-2. And this one on a play to the other side.
When you're struggling as a hitter, there's a tendency just to swing. But what you really have to do, and it's easy to say, maybe tougher to do, is just look in one zone. One pitch in one zone. Simplify things. Have a specific game plan. That today I'm looking for a fastball down and away, and that's the only pitch I'm seeing.
Hits right off the mound and scoots through the middle. And Will Middlebrooks has a 2-for-4 night.
And that's the only pitch I'm swinging at until I get to 2 strikes. Then you get the 2 strikes. The tendency when you're struggling is, oh, I don't want to get to 2 strikes because my swing isn't there to protect or to put the ball in play. So what you do is when you're really, really scuffling, you just go up there and kind of brain dead swing without a game plan, hoping that you run into something. Because it's human nature. You don't trust your swing. You don't trust your stuff. And you just hack. But if you make it real specific, I'm talking real specific. I'm looking for one pitch in one zone, and that's the only pitch you hack at. That's how you come out of a slump. If it ain't there, don't swing. And do whatever you can to keep your head still to see that pitch in that zone. And when you see it, take advantage.
That ball up the middle. Espinosa stabs it, flips it with the glove, and it's unreachable for Ian Desmond. Fantastic glove play to get to it. And then Danny thought his only chance was the glove flip without transfer.
Well, maybe his only chance at turn 2. Great play by Espinosa. Look at how he gives with it on tough hop. If he just shovels that and lands on his belly, he gets the force out at second. I don't think that's a double play, but he tried to flip it, and the ball stuck in his glove a little bit too long. He had the hard part out of the way.
And a base hit. By the way, the Rockies just got 3 in the 9th at Dodger Stadium to take a 5-4 lead. Evidently, Carlos Gonzalez has done damage. 6-4-3 here, double clutch. Espinosa still able to get it done with the runner. Amarista bearing down on him. 2 outs.
Well, nice job of staying with this. And when you have an arm like Danny Espinosa has, you could double clutch. Watch. Whoops. I still got a cannon. Don't panic. Gets him by a step. Nice job.
Nationals turn their 2nd of the night. And Matt Grace trying to close out 2 innings of scoreless relief, but there's a runner at third with 2 down. Spangenberg takes one low and away. Low at 90, 3-1.
Pushing 3 in the morning on the East Coast. Are you going to do some traffic updates for people getting up going to work?
Yes. GW Parkway, if no trucks are stuck under bridges, looking pretty good right now. Swing and a miss. And that's it for the 8th inning. Blake Trinan and Matt Grace pitch 6 innings tonight and give up 1 run. So the young guys saving the bullpen tonight. We're looking for some home run pop, and he popped one off the foul pole.
Game time blast for Tyler Moore. His first pinch hit home run, the first pinch hit home run for a Nats player this year. And all of a sudden, Tyler Moore is getting that whole pinch hitting thing. Even if helmet taker offer guy can't take off his helmet.
Facing Brandon Maurer for the first time. And he goes up hacking. So Tyler Moore now as a pinch hitter, 4 for 15. Had an RBI before that homer yesterday. So the long ball and 3 runs batted in. That's a pretty nasty 85 slider. No balls, 2 strikes.
You have some success in that role when you come off the bench. You start to gain confidence and you start to be okay with it. You know, early on, he had trouble with the whole 1 at bat is my day thing. He's got a lot better minus that strikeout. He's doing just fine.
Yeah, that's some pretty good pitching by Maurer right there for the first out in the 9th. Span and Escobar the next 2, and for you Nats fans back home later today, 10 o'clock, Mass and 2. We'll join you from the booth here. Johnny and Ray, 9:30 with Nats Extra. A little earlier starting time on Saturday, day game on Sunday, and then the boys are coming back home. Denard Span 1 for 4 tonight and facing Brandon Maurer for the first time. Left side, deep short. Amarista. Span's going to beat it. And a 2 for 5 night with a pair of infield hits for the Nats leadoff man.
A nice piece of hitting right here by Denard Span. You see how far Will Middlebrooks is playing off the line. Still got it by him. Amarista throws a 1-hopper. Denard Span spelling his 2nd hit of the night. Does a nice job of beating the 2-hopper from Amarista.
Escobar goes up hacking. Well, the Nats would have to get one more runner to give Bryce Harper a chance to bat in this inning. Escobar 1 for 2 career with a base on balls against Brandon Maurer, who was with Seattle the last 2 years. So they've seen each other in the American League, and he shoots the fastball off to the right side.
Unell trying to have something to show for the night. 0 for 4. He'd love to be 1 for 5.
Johnny Holiday, Ray Knight. You're talking late night hosts. Escobar, that's a good idea on a hard sinker, rather hard slider at 88. Can't get to that one. 2 outs. That's pretty nasty from Brandon Maurer. Jason Worth now trying to get it to Harper. Hart single to left last time, leading off the 8th. scored on the Wilson Ramos sac fly. So Worth 1 for 4 tonight. And he's got a base hit up the middle. So how about that? In his 100th at bat, Jason Worth gets to his 20th base hit and gets off the interstate.
Well, you can just tell by the way he's standing up there, he's starting to feel it. I mean, he's looking hitterish. Line drive up the middle turns a 1 for 4 into a 2 for 5 for Jason Worth. And now Bryce Harper gets another chance, and Nats are dying hard. What new?
The Nats would need one more base runner to get the tying run to the on-deck circle. Harper 3 walks tonight, 0 for 1. And ball 1.
If he doesn't swing, it's not a strike.
We've said it time and time again, and it keeps on being true.
Pretty good pitch.
He's facing Mauer for the first time. Look out.
That's going to leave a dent in a fan on his way out of here.
Craig Kimbrell just got up because of what I just mentioned. The Nats get one more base runner. The guy behind Ryan Zimmerman, Wilson Ramos, would represent the tying run, making it a safe situation. So to at least get Kimbrell up and having to get hot here,
yeah,
why not? Harper, that's a one-hopper. Spangenberg, and the Nats just could not come back from the early 7-0 and then 8-0 deficit. Doug Fister hit around big time early. 7 runs on 8 hits the first 2 innings. And the Padres win at 8-3 and have game 1 of this 4-game weekend series.